And here we are. You know, if I want to play more Valorant, I will. Darn it. You're not the boss of me. I'm going to do what I want. I think that's a gentle way of saying I might just play a little Valorant first and then move on to... We're going to work on our game. We are. 100%. Without a doubt. But you know, I was having decent connections in my game. Oh. Well, you know, this might get better. I hold out hope. I could, you know, oh, see, just like that, exactly like that. Let's go. Yeah, just gonna play one game. Just gonna play one game. Just gonna play one game. Hmm? Yep. Thrilled with this spray. It's just kind of new.
Match found.
Did you know you could zoom in and out in this view? Just wheel mouse up and down. Let's see. Okay. We already have smokes, actually. And that feels. Could do that. Oh, or I could do sky. Or no. Yeah, I could do sky.
Alright, where's the fight?
Easy enough. I'll figure it out. I'm sure this will work out great. Yeah. You know, it's fun to have fun. It's good to feel good. Mm-hmm. Just waiting on you, Riot. Just waiting on you. Now, I've been told, like, hey, this is actually every other player needs their machine to be ready as well. Well, come on. Really? That's still Riot, right? I mean, that's... The client machine software is also under Riot's control. The server software with the matchmaking and the client machine software with each client's game of Valorant. Yeah, that kind of sounds like Riot. I mean, don't tell me it takes so long to load the level called Ascent. Like, really? Actually, you know what? What I could believe takes so darn long is Unreal Engine loading all the textures.
2 of us? This
Because,
place is gonna be a zoo!
interestingly enough, Epic Games doesn't mind that you could load your game and have it start running, even if all the textures aren't loaded yet. So I guess it would be really smart if a company like Riot actually held the match until the things were loaded. That'd probably be a good thing. Right?
Hawk out! Sound sensor up.
Not too confident in our team. That's alright. We're just gonna play one game. What's my ping at? Oh, stupid ping? Oh, awesome. Over 600.
Last player standing.
That's a joke, right? That's not real. I don't have 600 ping right now, right? That's a joke, right? Oh goodness. Yeah, I do have something like 600 ping. Is that real? My machine looks good, actually. Yeah, there's a couple of stutters. Oh. Oh, it's bad. I can't even switch weapons. Oh my. Oh, I'm sure that makes sense. Oh my god, I can't do anything!
Hawk out! Blinded.
Well, I don't think my 300 ping is going to play a lot of games.
Gun here. Reloading.
And this team is not serious at all.
Sound sensor out.
I don't mind taking a look at what else I might be able to do about this. Oof, this ping is terrible. My internet is struggling. Let's see if I can do that. Make it better. Slightly better? Well, I'll take slightly better. I'm like behind the scenes making things a little bit better. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. That'll work. That'll work. I'll take it. I'll take that. Still says 300 ping, but I'm hoping it's going to get better.
Now we're on the right path. Let's keep going. Good on ya. Rightio.
Come on. 500 ping. Lovely. Lovely. Lovely.
Hold our ground.
Blocking move. Hawk out! Blinded. Hawk out! Blinded. Time to hunt.
Ow. Did that somehow not? Wow. Okay.
Last player standing. Flawless. Last round
better.
in the half.
Spend everything.
Yeah, that's all I care about. Right?
Rightio. Good on ya. I got there, Aussie. Hawk out!
Ultimate ready.
Spike down B.
Okay.
What is this trolling team of trolls? What are they doing? Just ridiculous.
You will not kill my allies!
Okay, no, seriously, I am gonna do more game development. I promise. Let me switch this up. Just wanted to play one game. Just to remind us all about the silliness of Valor. Dude, fire your gun. What's wrong with you?
Spike planted.
So good.
Satchel.
Last player standing. A.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Rightio. Just some good on ya.
My ping went back up. What's up? Why? I don't want my ping to be that high.
Be strong, Sky.
Quiet.
Hawk out! Blinded.
Target spotted.
Shadows traveling.
Hawk out! I'm out of stuff.
Shadows traveling.
Okay. Reloading.
Sky.
Thanks for blinding me though, dude.
Spike down
What's wrong
A.
with you, man?
Healer. Squad. I have the spike.
Enemy spotted A.
Planted. Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Last bogey killed.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Never gonna do Ares ever again. Never again.
No prisoners.
Hawk out!
Quiet.
Hawk out! I'm out of
Multiple
stuff.
targets A. Finished.
Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Target spotted A.
Planted. Healing over here. Time to hunt.
Harder they fall. Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Here.
Rightio. Good on ya. Good on ya. Gun here.
I will not die today.
Hawk out.
Cover going out. Shadows travel.
Target spotted B.
Hawk out.
Reloading.
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in. They will cover. Target escape. Over there.
Are we almost done with
Spike
this
down
game?
B.
When we last left off with our card game, we have
Spike's there.
combat, of course,
have the
but
spike.
before then, players need to select the cards, put them on the table.
Last player standing.
And the feature of our game that I really want to exploit is the idea that our players can... Dude, did you not see them? Of course you saw them.
One enemy
Players
remaining.
can lay formations on the table of cards. What are you doing? What is this? Raise is trolling 1000%. How do you accidentally right click? How do you not see the player on the screen? Whatever. Anyway,
Match point.
we recently got
city
that
needs
formation
me.
happening.
I can't be away from them.
And that's
Let's
cool,
end this
but we need to
quickly.
implement that formation in battle. That's going to be today. As soon as we're done with this, total throwaway garbage game of a game.
Don't give them ground.
I will fake.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Target spotted B. Die.
Scatter. Careful.
Mm-hmm.
Grenade!
Plans the spot.
Or the monitor of this
One enemy remaining.
is about a minute behind. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess I will
Sudden
reset
death.
that.
Make them regret their choice of profession.
Hey, wow, what a coincidence. It's an overtime match. Oh, amazing. Tied at 4-4. What are the odds? Oh, wait, they're totally controlling the game and doing this on purpose.
Quiet. Quiet. Quiet.
It begins.
blinded.
My ping is too high. I can't do anything like peek. Best thing I can do right now. It's late. Not going to be effective at it, but I can distract the crap out of him.
My ult's not ready. Healing over here. Hawk out!
Spike planted.
Multiple enemies.
Last player standing.
Blinding.
Like I said, trash throwaway of the game. And that was the end of Valorant. So, instead we'll put that behind us and focus on more important things. More pleasant things. Yeah. And by the way, let me just get out of that. Yeah. I'm going to start this up. We're going to work on the work. The idea being, we've made progress on this other game. The game we're making. And in that way, who cares what garbage is on Valorant, right? We're the boss of our own. You're not the boss of me, is kind of what we're telling the universe. We're going to do what we want. We can go to the jungle if we want. It's true. Hope you can hear the music. I kind of want to know how loud the music is on stream, and maybe I should just test that. I should just test that. I should just test that. Allow me to test that for a minute. The music is on stream, and maybe I should just test that. I should just test that. Wow. What do you know? You can't hear it, but I can. Is this something I can control? Oh, silly me. Yeah, this should be monitor and output. I am thinking y'all can hear this now. Isn't that nice? Being able to hear the music that's supposed to be there playing for you, you know, it's a good thing. Okay, so there's this game. It is called Shuffle Wars, until we can find a better name. Gosh, you know. And I do like the idea that when you are thinking about a game, you consider, among other things in the concept, a theme. The theme, and don't get flashbacks to like doing book reports in school. The theme is actually a tool to help us make the game. It helps us answer a bunch of questions, which is sort of the whole job. The theme is really what the player will be thinking and feeling while they play. That's what it boils down to. If you if you could dial in what your player could think and feel as they play the game, what would it be? That's kind of what it is. Well, in our game, I want them to be thinking they are, I don't know, a general in battle, sending troops in, sending these forces in, sending these creatures in. You know? Deciding who should go in, what order they're going in, the formation. This is kind of like a general. And so in that way, that could be like a theme, right? We're definitely doing battle. It's a battle card game, for crying out loud. So of course, you know. And yeah, this is what we're working on now. This is all gonna change because this is wrong, but we're gonna fix it. In that way, the title of a game is often a reflection of that theme, because from the beginning to the end, every element the player observes, thinks about, considers, is challenged by, etc., everything should be pointing toward theme. Every element of the game can be informed by theme. That's a terrible card. Can I get a better card? There we go. In that way, I think that might be something like our theme. If we say, yeah, being a general, going into battle, like, but it's all fantasy stuff. It's like crazy names of forces and creatures that are just total fantasy. And you are the general. These epic battles between these forces. So there's something about that is probably going to become the title, because Shuffle Wars is just stupid. It's literally, we can shuffle. Let's do a card game. Let's call it Shuffle Wars. That's what, like, literally was that stupid. So we can do better than that. Let's see. The thing we're going to work on today is this advancement of cards toward each other. Rather than just coming up to the line and turning over to start doing battle, like what they're doing right now, we're going to change that. Instead of marching up to the line, flipping over and then doing battle, forget the line. I want them to march forward until they meet another card on the other side in the same lane. That should be relatively simple, right? I say quizzingly. The question is, don't we already have positions of cards? Of course we do. Yes. And in that way, we can rely on these positions as markers that tell us how close one card is to another. So these will march forward at a regular pace, and so they should meet right about here. These two cards will meet right, well, I guess about the same location. These two will meet over here, you see. They march forward, that's when they will meet. And so it could be a couple of these steps where I'd march forward like that before it actually meets. Well, that's what we'll implement right now. I will take the distance between cards as an indicator of when it should turn over, which is what we see here from this view. But really what's happening is when they turn over, what really matters is that they are in this battle. This data here is talking about which cards are in battle. It's keeping track of their hit points, which turn it is, the battle order, in other words, according to their speed, who goes first and second, etc. Who enters battle, who engages in battle is well, let's actually look at this. Here we are. Let's go through another one. This battle data is old and stale. These cards are going to be discarded. In fact, they should kind of be gone by now. I should probably clean that up. See how there's like these cards, but they're also already discarded? Anyway, let's just do another formation. This one is asking for 4 cards. Okay. Cool. So this is cleared out now, and the battle is going to start. These are on the table. They are in play, and then they're going to come into battle. So when I say do battle, it is just the first 2 cards that flipped over, you see. Well, right now it's literally just taking the first 2, and one's already been removed. But you see how they entered the battle, right? Well, I want cards to enter battle because they are close, not on this hard-coded schedule, which is garbage, really. But it served its purpose while I was testing this thing. And now it's time to graduate to the proper way we want this to play. I've been saying lately that our game will look like garbage 95% of the time, and then at the very end, it'll look great. It won't look like the game we're making until the very end. And when you get used to developing games, that's what you get used to. Looking at garbage for a long time. So not only is the art not there, we don't have any sound whatsoever, but I mean, I actually took time out to put in things like camera shake and visual effects just to make it look a little more entertaining on stream, but it is not the normal case. All right, so we have I think I'm going to get rid of this stuff. This is test stuff that I don't need anymore. In fact, I don't need it anymore. I actually need to get rid of it. Let me clean that up before I go further. It's bad practice to leave stuff we don't want. Yeah, we aren't using any of this. As I say it, I'm wondering if that's actually true. We're not going to use this. The reason why that was there is to hold data that refers to where the card should be. But literally, we implemented this yesterday, and this is actually something I do want to clean up. This formation position is where we have placed it on the table. This other script, Flipper, handles placing cards on the table, so we ask it, where should we put our cards? All this is just, temporary stuff that we're no longer using. I'll just make that explicit, and I'll come back and actually clean it up later. It's fine. Oh, I do want position, don't I? Can I just do that? I can. So these comment lines that I use to typically leave a note for myself, I can also use to disable code, which I do want to do here. All right, now, yeah, this is what we did last time. We said this other script knows where we've placed cards on the table. Those are those purple squares, and we ask it, give us that position. From there, these cards that we actually spawn and put on the table, they actually are duplicate cards. They march forward. As I look at the play field, that is actually this table from this view. I need to place cards to see this next step. When we do this, the play field is populated by these cards that are just now spawned. That is literally these steps here. And the position of it we just got. So I actually did the default formation. But now what I want is, as I do battle, these cards will march forward. So, this card and this card have positions. Exactly where those arrows are, the gizmo that translates it, is the center of the object. And I can say, give me the distance between these two. If it is close enough, that's the rule. If it's close enough, then you guys are now going to go into battle. You have to be in the same lane. In other words, the same Y position. Same lane. And if you are, and you're close enough, flip over because you're going to go into battle. You're going to go into the battle data. I should close all this up because I need to see all this. This was all from last time. I know what's going on there. And this entering battle mechanism is handled on this script. Somewhere down here. Yeah, doing battle is the move forward now kind of stuff. And they do all move forward. They do. Determining battle order based on the speed of all the cards that have flipped over. This happens, obviously, after they flipped over. So I'm looking for the thing that will happen up here. Configuring battle data looks very promising. Hold any existing card hit points. So what I'm doing here, when I say do battle, I'm saying, I think I need to graduate this and not auto-configure stuff anymore. But I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to have to come back and clean up some of this stuff. But I'm prioritizing the thing that's, well, frankly, more fun. In this case, hold any existing card hit points. This is going to be rounds of battle, and there could be a card that is left over from the last round. Sorry, last skirmish in the same battle. So we hold on to them, we get their hit points, and we configure battle data from scratch as if those cards weren't already there. But then we re-add, yeah, those held hit points. Yeah, that's what this is. So we actually temp P1, temp P2. These are used to temp P1, temp P2. These are used to restore the health, because if you have a card that got damaged in the previous skirmish, it doesn't magically get healed. Even though we are respawning every card, we don't want it to have its health started full. So, I mean, I'm really just reviewing the mechanism that already works. What I need, however, is the particular mechanism that says it is time. Actually, what is the thing that flips over? Each card has a hide card flip button. So it's card flipper. Let's find this in that code, because I'm going to look for where we actually flip the cards. That's going to be the same place where we're saying, please enter battle. P1 cards in battle, P2 cards in battle. Actually, that sounds very promising. Let me review all the data. Cards to play. This, I definitely want to get rid of that soon. The cards in battle. Yeah, it's the stuff that's going into the battle data. Yeah. Okay, so here we are. I want to look at where this happens. This is initializing it. Okay. Oh, here I am auto-configuring it, right? Yes. See, look at this. This is part of the process that I had been relying on while I tested. Just configure this for me, because before I was literally manipulating it all here and stuff, which was fine for like a hot second. Then I said no. This says the very first round, there's only going to be one card flipping over, and it will happen immediately. Well, I don't know that. So this, I need to override some of this stuff. Let me pull apart more of this. Yeah, literally. Hold on. Yeah. There's only going to be one card in battle, and it is card index 0. In other words, the first card. This is all hard-coded. This is like, I absolutely need to change this. The current round, cards to play. Yeah, this cards in battle is going to be used somewhere down here. So this auto config is definitely what I'm going to be overriding on this step that we're working on right now. Configure battle data, and here it is. P2 cards grabs these. Has a space for new cards that the cards defined in cards in battle. Okay. This was all hard-coded, so I could assume that this was all filled in every round and everything. But there's an issue. I don't know if there's any cards that have actually come together, and I don't know how many cards have come together. There's going to be more issues that come up right after this, by the way. Let's say there's 2 cards that come together on the top lane, 2 cards that come together on the bottom lane. Eventually, I do not want all 4 cards to be in battle together and, you know, attacks being launched across the battlefield. Part of the rules we're going to test is, shouldn't we only allow attacks to the nearby lane, the next door neighbor lane, not all the way across the field? So there's going to be more stuff we're going to do later, but one thing at a time. Okay. This has the cards that are going to be in battle. So if I just populate this, it should be okay. And I did want to see if flip up, what was the name of that? Card, no, flip card up. Okay. I can actually just go look for that. Flip card up. This says battle turn timer is literally saying after a timer has run out, wait, what is this? More than less than 3. We are ensuring cards have flipped up. The battle order length is derived from the cards that have all gone into battle together. So this is downstream from the thing we're worried about. So this happens as a result of looking through the cards that are in battle already. So this is kind of all downstream. I am going to have to deal with that as well, I think. That battle turn timer is part of what actually moves the card forward. Yeah, cards in battle is really what we're playing with. This auto config sets the first card, and that's it. I want to know this is on do play, no, do round. So yeah, this is definitely at the top of the round. And so I'm absolutely going to say no to this. And I'm going to have to manage cards in battle a different way. What way? Well, wherever these cards are moving toward each other is the place I want to detect if they're close enough. Especially when they stop moving. Actually, that's when I want to do this. So do play flips the table. Yeah. It's do battle that I'm concerned about. And when we do battle, we're asking for that next step of marching forward and potentially flipping over cards. So this is it. All the cards that are there, right? We configure battle data, blah, 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 blah. Wait, but where's the... I need to know I need to see the marching forward jazz. I click on do battle. And if battle turn timer is more than 0, then return. This ensures that an amount of time passes before all this other stuff, which is the entering a battle. In other words, this actually gets all skipped. Return. We actually get all the way out of update? Really? Wow. That's bold. Okay, yeah, we actually get all the way out of update. Because we assume we don't want to do any more of the update function at all. If we're supposed to just be moving cards forward, that tells me that the thing I'm looking for is up here. Update. Camera. Zoom the camera in. Okay, advanced cards. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. There is a separate function because I wanted to stay organized. But advanced timer is actually doing the single step, right? So the cards march forward one step at a time, or actually 1.5 units, but whatever. And here are all the cards that are not flipped up. Aha, see. As long as they're not flipped up, they march forward. And we get their position, we march them forward, blah, blah, blah. Cool. What? Advanced timer all the way to the end. This is just running a timer down. That's all it's doing. And if it is the end, then don't do anything next time you're asked to advance the cards. So, I think the battle timer is actually in sync with this. So, so it's the same. But really, I kind of want to know. Like, I use advanced timer to just do time. And this is the speed. So as long as we are doing the timer at all, because we might not be, but if we are, this is the speed, which means it's going to advance 1.5 units in the 1 second that we actually use this. one advanced timer is going to be set to 1 second. There it is. We set up the battle timer. Oh, right. This is up at the beginning of the, yeah. This is at the end of do battle. Yes. Okay. So, this advances. Yeah. So, if found in battle. So this is all downstream. Okay. So I think I should be able to say, this is the last time it is moved. This is potentially where cards could be detected to be in battle now. If I remember correctly, the space is 2 units apart. Let's test that theory. Just put this in the basic formation. Looking to see how far apart are these cards when they are flipped over right now. That. So, these 2 cards. Tiger God, Unending Swarm, they are, this is at 2. This is at -2. Okay, so they're 4 units apart. All right. And I kind of want to make sure that these are actually on, like this is garbage. It should just say 2. This should be -2. So I want to make sure that they are actually on the grid and at a nice even number so that when I ask, are you 4 units apart or less, it actually says yes. As it is, those numbers would come out more than 4 units apart. So answer would be no. And it's because of delta time, and that's going to have this floating point thing, and ugh. Look, can I just round it, please? Position X equals, can I do this? Round to int. Position X. Does this round up? Yeah, it says the nearest integer. Let's test this theory. So I just moved it, and these things weren't exactly on the integer, and I want them to be before I move forward. So I'll just do the exact same formation and do this again. With this test, let's see, Twin Ogres and Coffee Badger actually advance. Oh, not on the whole integer, though. Whoops. That's a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. That's a mistake. Hey, thanks. I guess if advanced timer is 0, yeah, this has been moved. Okay, so if advanced timer is 0, this is a case where I can be actually pretty sure, I can be certain, in fact, that this timer has been detected to be less than 0, and so it was set to 0. It never actually gets to 0 on its own, but this happens. Because I do this, I can be certain there is one and only one frame that this is true. It's the frame where this is done moving. And so it's safe for me to say, cool, please do round this, but not to the nearest integer. Ugh. This is going to get ugly. I need the ability to be on the half integer as well. So I'm going to do bit of silly math, actually. Multiply it by 2. And then round it. I probably don't need both those parentheses. In fact, that's exactly what this is telling me. I can remove them. But once I do that, I actually do want to divide by 2. Or in other words, multiply by 0.5. Yeah. This is probably going to tell me I can remove that as well. Yes, yes. Thank you, Visual Studio. Help me clean up. Okay, so I think that's safe because this is only going to happen once when this is done moving. And then this allows it to be on the half unit, which is what I need because I'm moving it 1.5 units every step. Okay, so the battle moves forward step by step, has skirmishes, and I'm just getting the positioning to be on the grid so I can be accurate with the measurements, because that's the very next thing I'm going to do. Does this work? Question mark. Indeed. And these are actually on the... No, they're not. Come on, yo. Why are you not on the grid? You know, whatever. If I need to actually say they aren't exactly for whatever, why didn't this run? Sanity check. Like seriously, this should be once and only once. For the cards that flip over, I guess all 6 cards will also trigger that, so I should see 6 of these when I do battle. There we go. See, I'm sane. It tells me I'm sane. Okay, so but for real, like, why is this number not even? I'm confused. Why are these numbers not even math? Hello, math? Oh, hello. I just did this before I okay. Sane is questionable, right? Not necessarily sane if I alter it, but then I've already used it, so it didn't. Yeah, I'm silly. Let's change it before we use it. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this will not only work, but it will be on the grid. Guaranteed. Bit up, boop. And I'm literally just looking at these numbers here. So when I do this, pop, right on the money. Good. They're all on the grid. Awesome. Thank you. See, math. And the miracle of testing as you go. So, this is necessary because I'm about to ask, are 2 cards close enough to be in battle? And that's my condition for actually sending them into battle. Excellent. We are right there and ready to do this next step. And I am going to take a short bathroom break. Yep. We're ready. This is exciting because this is actually implementing the formation for battle. So not only did we give the player the option to set the formation actually means something because it's going to affect how the battle plays out. Here goes a place where I figure out. I bet you it's under auto config. Yep. Here it is. Yep. Cards not in battle. This is me checking to see if I already have all the cards in battle so I can skip the auto config. This would also be useful. Wow, this would be useful all the time. So this is literally looking through all the cards, making sure that the cards that are in play are actually also in the battle data. So this is useful. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep this, in fact, because while I am going to get rid of the old configurations that I've been doing in favor of the custom configurations players can do, so in other words, I'm changing this. I'm still using this because I like the idea that there is a place to configure the battle. That's true. That's a good thing. So I've advanced the cards, and I do actually auto-config the battle. So warning that I don't think I've ever run into. That's a good sign, but I'll keep it there. So this is me saying I have not auto-configured yet, but I should. And so now I have configured because I'm now doing it. And how many cards are remaining? I look through them and add one for cards that are still alive. If the player 1 card's hit points is more than 0, it's still alive, and I count up the player 1 cards still remaining, and so I put them in battle. This is going to be, oh, I'm adding 1. Look, this is so rigid. This is literally saying each step forward, 1 more card goes into battle. So this is like hard coded. I really need to redo this now. This is still a thing. I still want to keep cards if they're still alive. This is garbage because I'm not just saying there's 1 new card. It could be 0, it could be 7, who knows? Actually, it's going to be in 2s. They're going to be paired together. This is literally all got to be redone based on the distance now. Okay, so I'm doing player 1, but this is literally based on the distance between the cards, not arbitrarily just doing 1. And right, cards in battle is just the length of it is being incremented by 1. And I use that length to say, yeah, now go down to the next card in play. This is so rigid. This is just absolutely mechanical. Go to the next card in play and put it in battle. That's what this is. That's precisely what we need to change here. Again, here's player 2 looking at what cards still exist, and then it needs to just mechanically find the next card. Yeah, this is what needs to change. For both sides, because player 2, of course, has cards that meet player 1 cards. So for both sides, I need to perform this magic where I say, these cards have moved together. Their position of X is now close enough. In fact, I know exactly they are 4 units away. They have a Y position that is exactly the same. That's the same lane. And they're 4 units away. Therefore, both of them turn over and enter cards in battle. Along with the cards that were remaining. How do I add these back in? Is cards in battle just the new ones? Okay, so I'm going to come back here. But cards remaining is used here. That's it. Go through the cards. Oh, right. Cards that are in play are actually removed from play if they die. So this is safe because they're not there. Got it. That's what's up. So me just rigidly going down the line of cards in play is safe in this mechanical setup because if they are not alive, they're not in play either. So it's safe to just say, give me the next card. Like if there's none remaining, just give me 1. If there's 5 remaining, give me 6. Yeah, this is okay. That makes sense. Of the cards that are in play, find card object, close to enemy. That's basically what I'm doing because it's the cards in play that I care about. That's the safe one. So give me the card referencer. Do I have a way of doing that? I want to get the card that's sitting here on the play field. When I do this, there's cards on the play field. There's also cards, I gotta be careful. There's also cards here in the player hand that are the same. But I need to find these from this script. Sorry, from this script. I'm glad that it puts these little markers here saying what's been changed, because that will help me. Ooh. This handles battle data exclusively. What is handling the actual cards? These card objects must exist somewhere. Is it this? There's no way. Those are cards in hand. The formation. Yeah, where is the script that actually handles So I have this card referencer. This lives on every card. And the point was I will need to grab this card object and have it reference the proper data in the battle at all times. I'm doing things like firing attack animation and stuff. Where are my card referencers? Are they not here? I definitely use them because I fire the effects from them. So this is the right play. Find existing card, yes. Existing on the play field. That sounds very promising. Card. So all I need is the actual card. Find existing card gives me the object. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect. Thank you. Because I do need to... There we go. The cards in play. For player one, this is player one play, cards. These are actual references to card data. And I can say, yeah, give me, if I so desired, give me the game object, the actual card object sitting on the table. Find existing card. Bam. That, cool, right? Yes? No? Oh, I need the exact card. Right? It's asking for one, right? So, I'm just writing garbage code while I figure this out, but this will give me a reference to the actual object so I can measure between two cards that are potentially in the same space. Literally, I need to say, give me a distance between two cards. And I'm looking for a value that I can use. I'm going to eventually get to a point where I say, if combat distance is less than or equal to 4, then they are in battle. That's what I'm getting to. So let's come back here. This is going to allow me to find the distance between two. Each one is going to be acquired this way, but I actually need to look at player 1 cards and player 2 cards, and not just any cards. Actually, find me the player 1 cards that are still on the table. Look for any in the same lane. By the way, is this finding cards that are alive? Oof. Okay, let me write these some notes here. First of all, alive. In same lane. These are all conditions I'm going to need to test for. And is opponent, that's for sure. So player 1 and player 2 need to be against each other. Okay, and then is distance 4 or less. So if those are all true, then we found 2 that are in battle. And in fact, I need to skip it if it's already turned up. I need to skip it because there it's already in battle. This is configuring. So that's probably, you know, these are already there. If it's already flipped up, I leave it flipped up. That's just it should be in battle. Hold on. Keep flipped up. This is actually separate separate thing. Okay. Thinking through this, I know I have player 1 play and player 2 play cards to look through. This will allow me to find that card on the table, and I can quickly ask for if it is flipped up, because there is a script that is doing that, card flipper. I guess the best way to do it is to go through every player 1 card, find its corollary in the same lane. Well, maybe skip first if it's already flipped up. If player 1 card in this lane is already flipped up, so is the player 2 card in this lane, so I don't need to worry about that. That will be true every time. That's guaranteed. I'm just saying it out loud so I can catch myself if I say something that's incorrect. So, I mean, this line of code is garbage, but I need to know, I'm going to go through each card in player 1, from player 1 on the table. Every single one of these, P1 play, card length, now I'm looking through these cards. None of this information comes from just this data, so I actually need to go straight to this. I don't like Go as much as I like P1 card. And it's not 0, thank you. But for each of these, I need to do a series of checks. Let's just keep it straight. So I have the card, and I actually want to find its corollary if it's not already flipped up. I actually want to get the card referencer, a card flipper. Yeah, I actually want both. Yeah, if it has been flipped up, so has player 2. So actually I can do all of this from player 1. I like writing it just once. That sounds good to me. P1C, get component, card flipper. Yes, please. And so now I can see if it's already flipped up. Card flipped. Flip. So if that's true, card flip up, true, I can ignore this. I think include in battle. I think that's a yes. I'm pretty darn sure yes, but cool. And that's this. And if we are not flipped up, okay, if it's in the player one hand, sorry, player one play, if it's actually on the table, this is guaranteed. It is alive for sure. Because the dead cards are removed from play. I'm forming a very complex best guess as to making this mechanism work. There are several pieces that I'm trying to verify as I go. It is still a best guess, and I will need to test. And if anything goes wrong, there are these several pieces where the problem could be. That's why I'm being so careful. Okay, so if we have not flipped up yet, what the monkey is going on here? Here we go. I now want to know of this card of player ones. I'm really just worried about the game object. I need to go find the player 2 card in the same lane. No problem, right? No problem. No problem. I know how to do that. P2, play, cards, lane. I should really make a separate function to just go find the pairs in the same lane, because this is something I think I want to be able to do more than just here. I think. In any event, I'm going to say P2C is a game object, just like P1C. And I'm going to have to define it as nothing, I guess, first. Is that okay? I'm not sure that's okay, but I'm going to just do that. P1C, the transform position, local position, be very explicit here. There is a difference between local position and world position. If that equals, I don't know the game object yet. Give me the card, player 2. If these have identical local transform Ys, local position, excuse me, local position Y, if those are identical, they are in the same lane. Should I just break? I don't know. I mean, I'm going to break, actually. Yeah. But maybe before I break, I finish all this. That's what I'm going to do. It is the opponent, for sure, because I'm grabbing it from player 2. Now, is the distance less than... Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. This is it. So I got all the way down to all the conditions, and I think I'm there. So, same lane. Suppose I could just do this. There is a distance function already. Let's just use it. Make it easy. P1C and P2C. Transform local position and transform local position. I think that's true. I want to verify this. Have met in battle. Roar. Okay. I just want to have this tell me explicitly what it found, because I'm about to call it good. This is going to be a test. The test will allow me to see name. Sure. Just give me the game object name. That'll work fine. So I did name it appropriately. So this does like nothing. In fact, it's going to is this even going to work? I am calling auto configure battle. So I should be able to test at least getting to here, but I'm absolutely not doing the normal configuration of battle. There's nothing in cards in battle. Should I uncomment that? Just for now? I don't know. This could be garbage on top of garbage, and I'm not even sure I can test based on this. But let's see. I mean, we are testing. This code won't come up until we go into battle, so I'll set it up and do play. So we're here. And I think there's not much to see on these in this data here. I think what I need to see is here. I had really hoped it was saying it there. And it is not. I'm kind of glad I kept the default stuff in place. Yeah, this is not being called. Hold on. Is this being called? I mean, tell me when this is called. I'm exposing stuff that I have been. It's auto-config for sure. I'm exposing things that are meant to be hidden because I was focused on developing other parts. Oh, I should also hide that button. We did that yesterday. I hid the do play. I should also hide do battle until it's actually configured appropriately, so I don't run into that error. Yeah, it hasn't been called yet. It still hasn't been called. Once the skirmish is over, it calls it. Well, that's no good. I need to call it before. I need to call it precisely when these things stop moving. This does no good. I may have a good set of lines of code, but it's in the wrong place. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm sorry. Silly streamer. Doing silly stream stuff. I'm just waiting for my monitor of the stream to catch up with me, so I can verify that this is like so far behind. I had no idea that I was hiding my view. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Well, long story short, I have been working in this function because I figured this is already setting up things for the configuration of battle based on the cards that player 1 and player 2 have in play. And what I'm finding is that this may be right, but it's in the wrong place. And I had commented out this code because I know this is not going to be used as soon as we do this step. What we're trying to do is replace this auto config stuff because it's garbage. It is literally adding, it's just putting the next card in battle. Instead, I want to do this, which is checking exactly where cards are. I cut that because I'm thinking the better place to put it is here. This is where we actually move cards. So as cards march forward in battle. Alrighty. I guess it's fine if you didn't see all that because I'm going to change it. This goes through each card that is not flipped up and moves it as long as the timer has not run out. When the timer is done, I just set it on its position. This is a great time, actually. This is a fantastic time. You know what? Yes. Now this is for each card. So I don't need this here. But I do want to deal with this advanced timer. So go through each card, yeah, do all that stuff. Yeah. But if the advanced timer is 0, this is the one frame where I should check this. It will only happen once. Sanity check. See, I say that and I want to check that immediately. If I set up round 1 and go to town, I should see it say sanity check as I move forward. Boom, sanity check. Good. That's exactly where I want it to check. Cool. In that way, I can do this. I just pasted all that code that I had somewhere else, and it looks good. I am going to say which cards should meet in battle. So I'm explicitly just putting stuff in the console. I'm going to actually do the in-battle stuff in a second, but I'm checking to make sure I have the right condition. Meanwhile, this thing is still like auto-configured, so I guess I need to do this default formation while I test. That's fine. Whatever. So I'm looking for the thing to tell me, yay, Rocket Dragon and Hyperdrive have met in battle. Good. So this, yeah, I don't need to know that anymore. Thank you. In fact, I can just double click and take that out. Yay. Oh, I did remove. Hold on. Oh, that's right. Round 1 is auto-configured as well. This has been disabled, so I was like, wait a minute, how did it know which cards were in battle? Okay, this is gonna work. I promise. I'm telling myself, confidence, confidence. The idea is we just saw this basically say that the first 2 cards have met in battle. It detected the distance and it did this properly. Yay. I'm going to clean all this up in a sec. I do need to make sure this is also included in battle. What I'm trying to say is right here, I'm going to have to put all this together and have all the cards in battle. And I think it is safe to do it at this point in time while it is, sorry, the system is running in cycles and doing a round and doing play and doing battle. At the point where we say that skirmish is about to take place because they have stepped forward, that point in time, game time, is perfect to say, let's actually populate the cards that should go into battle. So let's do it. It's P1 cards in battle. It's P2 cards in battle. I am going to boldly disable this auto-config stuff. In fact, I might never call this again. Actually, this was a temporary thing while we tested other things. But there is also some auto-config stuff here that I won't need to do. These are the first cards. I'm going to boldly disable this. That's right, current round. Cards to play, cards in battle. This current round, cards to play, all that stuff is actually true. This player 2 stuff gets overwritten by our new script for the tables. This is all okay. But this needs to happen. I need to actually say no. I need to say no. Okay, so now there is no auto config at all. And now I am relying on advanced cards to do all the work, because this is where I am detecting 2 cards have met in battle. P1, cards in play, index I, and P2, cards in play, index N. Those are the 2 cards. I need to do something with this, and I'm not sure what that is yet, but I know I need to deal with this. So P1, cards in battle. This is the thing that we are redoing. Oof, I'm adding to an array. It was so easy when I knew it was just one more, and it's the very next one. That's easy. This, I'm actually searching through at arbitrary, looking through any number that could be suddenly in battle or left over in battle or whatever. And I'm forming an array from nothing, one at a time, which means I'm adding, which is terrible. I don't like it, but I have to do it. I wish there were a very simple way to do this, but I'm starting to just want to get this done. I'm adding 2 cards at a time in battle. I'm always adding 2. Okay. Add to battle is a new function I'm going to make specifically to say, yep, I found 2. 1 from player 1, 1 from player 2, and yes. I actually need to know the one that's in lane. I want to do this anyway. I want to do this, find the one in the same lane, right here, actually. Whether it is flipped up or not, I need to get all the way to here. Oof. That's okay, right? Very carefully managing my curly brackets. Yeah. If it's flipped up already, if player 1 is already flipped up, like, they're both flipped up and I need to include them. If they are not, then this is a potential case where I need to make sure they're within the right distance. This makes sense. Okay. Now this break doesn't make any sense, actually. Because I need to actually continue and find all of them. I need to go through all the cards. This advanced timer is just the end of all the cards marching forward. Well, it could be the case that there's 5 cards on one side, 5 cards on the other, and their formation just happens to make it so nothing happens, and then all of a sudden all the cards meet at the same time. So I just need to arbitrarily go through all of the cards, find them all. So I can't break out of that loop. I need to actually if they're in the same lane, yada, yada, yada. Okay, if not, go on to the next card. Yep. Okay, so now I need to actually do add cards to battle where I'm just taking 2 cards. 2 cards, right? It's just cards. Uh-oh. Cards in battle. Is this an array of... This is an array of integers, is it not? It is. See, me trying to be economical with my data. All right. All right. Card. I'm adding 2 cards to battle every time. It's always a pair. And in this case, yeah, P1 cards in battle and P2 cards in battle. Okay, so this isn't too bad. But I am adding to an array, which is, that's why I'm doing it in a separate function, because it's a bit of a thing to deal with. Not a big deal, but whatever. This is the thing I'm going to do. I'm going to say, please give me P1 play cards I, and P2 play cards N. Give me those 2 cards. Oh, actually no, sorry. I and So let's be explicit. This is an index. Let's be very explicit. It's the play card index. I don't want to lose track of that. I want to make sure I remember that. So that's what that is. Okay, cool. This is this, and I will use it up here as well. I think this is all good, actually. We will find out soon. But I need to do the work here, which is to say, yeah, there's an array of integers. Let's make a temporary array. We're going to say this is equal to P1 cards in battle. Hello? Oh, sorry, integer. The length of it, though, I should be able to find out. This is P1 cards in battle. Yeah. If there's a length, then it actually has to exist. Pardon me a second. I'll come right back here. Just got rid of these, but I actually need something here. It needs something. Okay. Otherwise it won't work. And this happens at the beginning of the round, so it's safe for every game. Okay. P1 cards in battle length. In fact, I swear I'm just going to duplicate this code. This is so inefficient. It will be more efficient later. It will be more efficient later. Okay. The end of this, it will equal that. But in the meantime, I need to add to battle. I'm absolutely adding one to each side. This is simple. Okay, good. And now for each of these, oh, yes. This is true. Just questioning as I go to make sure I don't miss anything. So I've copied all of the ones that were there, and then there's an extra, which I suppose is length -1. And it's P1 card index. And then I can assign it. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for player 2, but if I copy and paste code, I'm going to be extremely careful to adjust every single line in case it needs to be adjusted. So, yeah, I'm adding 2 to battle. Anytime they actually meet, which I've already verified will work, and if it's already there in battle. Otherwise, advanced timer is going to happen. This is going to happen at the end of its move. All the cards move forward a step, and this happens once, yes. But it happens every time, whether any cards meet in battle or not. And there could be cards already in battle or not, yada yada. This will go through every card. This will look for its match in the same lane from player 2. If they are already flipped up, they're added to battle, which is okay? Question mark? Like, the reason I'm wondering is because I'm going to start adding these things, and I want to make sure that things don't exist in the beginning of that marching forward step, because I'm going to re-add any cards that are already flipped up. Absolutely. Well, I guess we're just going to test it. I guess we're just going to test it and see how messed up it might be. What I'm looking for is cards that end up in battle because they are here in this array that we're playing with, based on what cards are in play. So actually I need to look at all of these. They're going to end up here. Let's find out what happens. I have disabled all of the auto config. That said, I'm still looking for any errors here that might happen. Three cards on both sides. Okay, so we have run into an out of range exception, which is okay. If it was trying to access something that doesn't exist in an array. So let's find out which one. It's trying to add to battle. Oh, actually that makes sense. If this is empty and has a length of 0, and this is +1, this will now have a temp length of 1, and so it'll go here and try to access something that doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. I don't want that. That. Because 0 will not allow this to run. Correct? That's right. It's a pattern I do often, so I'm kind of hoping that is just easy. I tested the music, and I don't think you guys were hearing it, but I want to test it again, actually. That's odd. It almost did, like, the same song twice. Pardon me. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Can I hear? Indeed, I can. So it's nice. So I just had a setting that was wrong. That's why I couldn't. Well, people watching stream couldn't hear the music, but now that's been fixed. Yay. Okay, what are we doing? We're testing, making sure we have cards detected. They should be in battle. It says cards in battle 0, which is good, except it's not in battle, so that's bad. So it knows that this happened. Ah, and in fact it knows they met in battle too. That's actually good. It's really great, actually. In other words, some of this is actually working. Forget about this bug, this visual bug with arrays that we're just displaying. Why was that not? Oh, it's already gone. That was regen blood. Has this value 2. Counter should, yeah, says a value 2. Those were absolutely within range, but one didn't turn over. Concerned about that. one is alive, one has died on player one. It shows only 2 cards are alive on player 2. Stonefall is absolutely missing. That's hilarious. Well, we broke stuff, and that's okay. That's part of the process. Good thing is it's very much separate from things. What we had before was a hard-coded thing to insert things in battle. What we have now appears to be a safe mechanism to say 2 more cards should be in battle. One of the conditions that I need to make sure, though, is it's still alive. That's what's being checked here. Of course, we're not using this. I thought I might use it, but see, the way this very mechanically works is there's one card, then the next card, then the next card is turned over and put in battle, and so it might have died already. This checks to see if it did. Either way, it's just a count of how many are left, plus 1. Take those cards in that order. So this is why it's totally unworkable now. This auto-config stuff needs to be disabled. I need to untangle a problem. The problem is when I see some of this working, it is because we are detecting that a card has met another one in battle. The benefit of this is we can now put our custom formations in place. See, like right now, these 3 in each lane should meet their opponent at the same time. So this first step should actually show us nobody's in battle. Okay, nobody's in battle. Oh, but it stops there. I guess I need to just disable that too. That's enough. That's a different mechanism. I can fix that right now. These 2 somehow met in battle. Okay. And so do battle. Yeah, so it's like delayed actually. It's turning over the next time I say do battle and step forward, even though they have met. So yeah, I'm decoupling and disassembling code that I had before to test with. It was auto-configuring and sending these things into battle in a particular way. Yeah, they would all go now. I mean, in a way, our formations are already working. But we did see a bug just a second ago where it was miscalculating which cards were still in battle and which ones should be removed. Yeah, cards in play are clean. Yeah, which makes sense because it's a new round. Yeah, how far can this test go, actually? Let's test. Let's test. I'll do another custom formation, and I will actually just do the inverse again, because that was kind of fun. So, there's a couple of things that are actually working well. The fact that no battle stuff actually happens while the cards are not flipped up is proper. The detection of being met in battle is working, and that's proper. The timing of it is wrong. The timing is like one step behind. So in other words, I need to find the place where it moves from, hey, you are going to be in battle, to you are in battle. That needs to happen one step ahead. Okay, getting there. I would like to fix the issue where they all stop at this line. Because like I said, I think you should go over the line if you still haven't met your opponent. And that's really should be simple. And then we're going to pull apart the place where it is implemented in terms of just trying to make it happen in the right time. We're still playing with this. This could need to change for that purpose that I just mentioned, but I'm going to come back to that because I want to move the cards. This is up at the top. Advanced cards. It's these. Okay, so it's actually this function itself. I totally didn't need to go all over the place. It's here. Okay. So if the absolute position of the x value, in other words, if it's negative, make it positive. If that is less than 2, in other words, if you are closer than 2 units from the center, then I want you to just lock it to some position. Yeah. What's molt? What is this? Oh, right. Set it to either plus or minus 2, based on whether it is already plus or minus. I don't need to do any of this at all. Ooh, I need to detect that. Oh, right. If this is not flipped up, then move forward. Okay, cool. So I don't need to do any of this at all. I can just move. I don't need to do any of this. I need mult, I guess. Really? Okay, fine. But I don't need to do that. That is supposed to lock it in place when it gets to the line, and I'm saying don't do that anymore. Okay. I do have the ability to undo and get that back if I need it. Oops. But right now I'm going to save it and test it, because what I want to test is getting cards to go past that center line, because the formation I set says do that, please. With this formation against this formation, they should do exactly that. Please move across the line. Yay. So now they will meet in battle. In fact, I kind of want to just check. Oops. Okay, caustic spoon. Sorry, sponge. Caustic sponge. I mean, they're silly names, but caustic spoon would be pretty silly. And this is 4. Yep. These are 4. And it's also 4. Right. Good deal. So yeah. Oh, They are still moving. They should stop moving. Oh, they hadn't turned over yet, right? But if they had, okay, and that is actually something I'm going to do now. If it hasn't flipped up, move it forward. That's why we saw it do that. But you're saying, like, hold on now. Go find the card flipper. And flip it. Now, there's another mechanism that flips the cards up. There's a mechanism that flips the card up. No, not that one. There it is. Because it was found to be in battle. And this could be why I'm seeing the delay. Like it doesn't actually flip over and whatever, because it's not actually in the battle yet. Okay, I think I know where this is going to go. I'm at the end of my schedule of the stream, but I'm going to keep going. I just want to take a quick break for a second. Be right back. Be right back. Yes. In the process of well, design and development, the key is to focus on the next most important thing to focus on at that time. It's easy to get sidetracked. And part of that is an evaluation of what is most important to the player, yada, 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 or what is logically next in line to be built so that things can be built on top of it. Part of that evaluation, though, is also, does this need to be done, or does it need to be done in the way we planned, or could it be done differently? In this case, the problem we're about to solve is the timing of when the cards are flipped up and the timing the cards are added in battle. They aren't in sync, which is causing some minor issue with the advancement of cards into each other, which is not pretty. But the question is based on, I think, early versions of the game where I was really just dealing with data. I mean, all the battle was happening here in data. And it was difficult to look at, and it was, a pain to deal with and stuff. I should uncheck this auto config actually. But I do use it in a very important spot though. But I'm wondering if I am actually just concerned about the timing of when I click do battle, then who cares? Like I'm going to redo this stuff in a different way, in a way that borrows the best of what I've got, but will undo some of this to make it better. So in other words, can't I just allow this to need to be pressed one more time? In other words, I know right now these are going to be in battle. And I could ask these cards to simply flip up. And because of that, they will not advance again because they are flipped up. If that's the case, then this will look good. This will, in effect, have these flipped up already, and we can see them, but I actually need to press do battle to see them do battle. Well, if that's the worst thing, that's actually not terrible. In other words, I'm kind of thinking about a quick fix to the current issue of that timing, which is to say, screw it, just press do battle again. What's the problem? And I think that is fine for now. I'm going to confirm that immediately. This is the place where I know they're going to be in battle. And in fact, this says put these two cards in battle. These are P1 play card indexes. They are actually already relating to existing objects, and I already know that this is flipped. Or I can flip it if I need to. So I'm going to. That's basically what I'm going to say. I'm just going to do this. Flip these cards up. These are already flipped up, guaranteed both of them are. But I'm going to explicitly flip them up here. First of all, I already have this guaranteed. So I can say CF. Hi. Flip card up. But the other one, I need this one also has a, okay, so I need, let me just do this. I can call a function, and from the end of that, actually access the output. But I'm not doing player 1, I'm doing player 2. So this line was called up here for player 1, right there. So I could store that value and do things with it, like read this. But here I'm accessing it to just, set that value. I can do the same thing. I can get that same line and then access the return value, which is this thing. So I can also access this from here. Let's set it the same way. Cool. I have a feeling that is going to solve the problem because I just need it to have been flipped up. it's only going to move forward if it is flipped up. So the moving problem is solved. And the other issue is, hey, it's not in battle yet. I have to click do battle one more time. Well, tough luck, you know. That's not a terrible outcome. Oops. Sorry. Okay. The delay between the feed that I can monitor and me talking is stupid long. And so I apologize. I don't always realize that I'm not showing this, and I need to like reset my feed. Let's just do this now. Just absolutely ridiculous. Why is this so delayed? Is this Twitch? Is this my device? What the heck is this? It's so weird. Just bizarre. Anyway, apologize. Here we go. Basically, I'm saying I need to cause this to look like it's in sync, and it doesn't, because if the card is not flipped up, it moves forward, and so it looks like garbage. I am just going to make sure it is flipped up, and it won't look like garbage. That's the test. Let's try it. Let's see. I will do the opposite formation just to test. What we're looking for is, well, I guess a couple things. We're going to reconfirm that these cards actually go over the line. And they flip over as soon as they're done moving. It's great. So, I mean, there is one thing that's different, though. It's just that it's hidden. Before, battle would just happen right now. It would take a second, and then battle would start. Well, what's different is I need to actually press do battle again. But who cares? I mean, that's not terrible. So for now, I don't mind that at all. I will want to revisit that when I care again about the sequence of things happening at the right time. But what this means is, as I play the game, there's going to be a moment where we can see all the cards, and it's like that pause before, you know, all hell breaks loose. That's kind of the pace that's going to happen now. I don't mind. I don't mind that at all. I think it's kind of fun, actually. But we're looking to make sure these arbitrary formations that the players want to do work well. Why are these close? I don't understand why those are close together. They seem closer together than they should be. Okay, there's another issue. The battle should continue. The battle should be moving along, and there's a mechanism in the battle script that will do this. Like, yeah, me hitting do battle again just causes a problem. Where is that problem? Yeah, configuring battle. Yeah. This should be, wait, what? Oh, that index. Okay, fine. Because cards in battle is empty, that makes some sense, actually. I am now not auto-configuring anymore. So cards in battle is going to be... Oh, that's interesting. No, that's fine. So what's the deal? Garbage. Well, no wonder there's nothing battling. it believes that these cards don't exist. Blank cards. This is actually the same problem that I saw a minute ago. So I'm sort of in my head keeping track of two things. One is that these cards got really close, and that is not making sense to me. Oh, actually, no, it is. There you go. These two seem close together, but they did move forward 1.5. As they both move forward 1.5 every step, together their distance closes by 3, right? 1.5 plus 1.5 is 3. And here I am checking to see if they are 4 units away. So of course, they are exactly 1 unit closer than I expect them to be. No, they are 1.5. Okay. No, 2.5? 2.5. What is this? What is this? These numbers are not making sense. That's not too surprising, but I am concerned that I need to adjust where they start. By the way, these cards don't appear to be close enough. Oh, they are. They're 4. Okay. So this is the distance I was actually looking for. That's the appropriate distance. So in line with which is the more important thing to tackle and focus on now, I'm going to say keeping the battle going. And I'll make this look prettier later. Sounds good. The battle stopped. Knowing why the battle stopped is probably a smart thing. I will start with the standard formation, which should make things run smooth. So I can view this here. It knows that these 2 cards should be in battle. This is why it's paused, because these weren't already configured to be in battle. That's what's up. And it's funny. It's delayed by 1. I thought those came in just in time, actually. I'm a little surprised. Not just 4 of these are in battle. Is this actually why it doesn't continue? No, they're all in battle now. Oh my gosh, now it's just going. It's cycling through. It's doing all of them. So why did it stop? If I remember correctly, the last battle had cards that had died. Something about that condition caused it to throw all this out of whack. Otherwise, this is working properly, just the same. I wonder if I fix the timing issue, perhaps that'll fix that as well. That's what I was just thinking about while this is running. Again, I'm going to set it up as the default configuration to get it to run smoothly. I know I'm cheating, but I'm observing the mechanics to make sure I know where to focus the change I need to do. So I'm artificially turning these cards over at a time they're not expecting to need to turn over. There's actually a second place that looks for these cards that are in battle and turns them over now. But they're already turned over. And these ones that were turned over aren't actually in battle yet, so that's why they haven't been attacking. But now all four of these are going to attack each other. Okay, now one of them died. So it's been taken out of play. Yep. And so cards in battle says these, which it's hard for me to tell that this is any different than the auto config because in fact they are auto config. Ah, it is messed up now. Check. Immovable object. Ooh, yeah. I make an assumption about when cards are removed here as being safe to assume they are dead. It's true right now. But apparently it wasn't true at some point, because here's Lightning Toad. But Lightning Toad died, did it not? Yep. Lightning Toad has died. So this is incorrect. This is holding data from a card that was in play. It was probably accessing index 0. But it's dead. It's already dead. In other words, I made an assumption at some point in this new code where I said it should be safe to assume the index of the card in play is not dead. And I need to actually revisit that assumption. It says find existing card. See, I think that kind of threw me. Does this not actually find existing cards? On the play field. I can't be exactly sure it's actually on the play field. There's a complicating factor. I might actually have a duplicate card. Oops. Let me try and reproduce that test for a second to check one thing. Cards. So this card exists here and here, and I hope when I check to find existing card, gosh, this should be turned off too, so it shouldn't find it. Ugh, I think it does. On the play field is what I wanted, but I'm not actually checking for that. I need to rule out this complicating factor. It may not actually be a problem, but in case it is, I need to take care of it, and then I can focus on where the problem might be otherwise. In this case, I not only need to make sure the card name matches, I need to actually see if the game object hello. Oh. Game object that this card referencer is on. I need to make sure that it has a parent whose name is playfield, because I need to make sure it is actually these cards and not these cards. There's got to be a better way to reference this stuff, and I'm sure once I clean this up, I'm not going to have it in two places, but well, I think so. So it needs to be something on the playfield, otherwise it will ignore it. Okay. Need to rule that out as a problem. I think this is safe to continue the test from here. So I kind of, hope one dies. I think one needs to die for this test to actually be valid. Okay, problem solved. So Innocent Wish on the play field is here and here as well. Oh, I think I'm finding that this was not a complicating factor at all. I think what happened was I just deleted the card object. Oh, the parent isn't going to be table player head anyway. Okay, so this is all garbage. Get rid of this. If it ain't broke. My concern was I was finding a different card when I said find existing card. But I don't think that's actually a concern. This specifically will look for any card referencer. And what I do when a card dies is actually remove an object called card that has the referencer on it. So, is that true? No, it's not. So is that a complicated fact? It might be, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. This might actually be a thing I need to do. I'll tell you what. If this is not a play field object, I want it to say so. Yeah, because I want to know this. If this doesn't pop up, then I don't have to worry about this other factor. If it does pop up, I will worry about it. I won't remember them. Guess I can play through while I think this through a little bit further. Yeah, it is always finding those. Yeah, good. And yet this has been working the whole time. The card referencer object is this top level card thing. It's the referencer. So its parent should be there. I put these on the table and say to play. There's new cards. As I look for specific cards, I'm concerned that I'm finding ones that I shouldn't be finding. And that might be messing me up here. When it was simple and I was just doing the I took this out because now that I know this is happening, I'm gonna consider how I should manage that. But now that I'm no longer doing the auto config thing, things like flipping over when they meet is handled because of distance. Another reason I don't want to stop streams because I don't want to lose my place in this deep problem and have to find my way back. That'll just take more time. Guess I do come back. The turning over is happening early because I'm detecting, well, it's close enough to be detected. This is a great time. It only happens once. This is a good thing to do. Whereas before, I think I was actually setting, if you remember way back when, there was a step that I had been skipping. I was putting cards straight from hand into battle, and we said, wait, we actually need to put them on the table in play. So I think somewhere around there, what may have happened is we decided where the point at which these cards should be in battle was put in battle. Yeah. Going to artificially fix this. Oh, 0 and 1. Why are these numbers like this? Oh, you know what? I'm seeing He said 2 and 2. There's no 2. Okay. Okay, well, this is why I look at the data. As the battle went forward, some cards died. At that time, we could see that these cards that are set to be in battle, which is now handled with our new code, incorrectly identified cards that didn't exist. Okay. So, we're just adding to battle, that's fine. But which ones we add to battle? That's probably where we're messing it up. So, yes, I think this is where this messes up. I say we should be looking at P1 play cards because that's safe. Now, I thought I looked up here and checked that out, but you know what? No. These are advancing card objects. Has no relation to this. There's no guarantee this is safe at all. In fact, I grabbed all this code from down here where it was safe. That's where I went wrong. So I need to check and make sure these things are still alive. Oof. In other words, P1 play, these cards here. At the time when the card objects move and advance and all that, this might not be accurate any longer. In fact, when do we say auto-config again? Oof. You know what? Wow, I almost want to move all this right back into that function. It's the timing that's messed up, and this had the right timing. Gosh, that almost makes sense. The only problem with putting it here was, I'm asking myself, I have no idea. Why did I wanted the timing from this because I thought this would be the best. This is the first moment that they are close enough, but that doesn't matter. Who cares? How often do I call this? I call this like, I did this before, but I'm going to do it again. I think I call it, yeah, I call it once per do battle, right? That's true. I think I am going to put it right back here. Make this work that way because the timing was better here. I think we're going to avoid this mismatch issue that I'm currently focused on because I want the battle to run appropriately again. In other words, we broke it, I want to fix it, and part of fixing it is going to be putting it closer to the way it was. I want to see when autoconfig is called. It is already used, so it's not going to be called here. But there it is called. Once per battle. I mean, once per step, in battle skirmish. Cool. That kind of confirms my suspicion that to fix one timing problem, I caused another one that is worse. So I think I'm going to put this right back. This means that P1 play will be valid. That's probably the most important thing right now. In fact, it is. The only reason I liked this is because this is the moment where it's close, but who cares? The rest of this is going to work just fine. Correct? I'm asking myself. So here I am checking to see if cards should be in battle, blah, 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 blah. And then I did this mechanical thing that I don't want to do anymore, blah, 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 blah. This is, this is why it's only happening once per, yes, okay, that makes sense. I'm going to just flat out ignore cards remaining, so this is fine to just throw here. I don't need to do this advanced timer thing. I mean, actually, I don't know if I need to worry about it, but I was going to take it out. Oh, questions on top of questions. But because I saw the placement of some of those things in that code work correctly before for timing, this should be better in terms of a specific issue I saw with the timing. Like that. I mean, that's actually the old timing. It meets, it waits a second, it flips over. Now they aren't in battle, which is kind of making me angry. Because that's so close and yet not quite there. Oh, but it's really close, and it makes a little more sense that it waits to flip it over. Yeah. I mean, it's better though. I wonder if I'm also avoiding the issue that I had before. So here's one of these is dead. Yeah, Innocent Wish is dead and it's not in battle. Okay, good. So that, I think that was it. Oh no, it's not fixed. Check. This should have 3 cards. Oof. I need to reconstruct this. It's this array that I've been trying to make work. It comes from play, goes into battle. This is the conduit. This is the thing I'm worried about. That's what the configuration is. And it's still not right. That said, the timing is correct because this is called at the right time. It has been called at the right time, and it is, again, called at the right time. Cards in battle is the thing. So when I set this appropriately, yeah. Add to battle is the thing that does it. So this is correct. I need to expose the data that I am not seeing. In this case, I can see some of this stuff, but I'm definitely missing things that should be there. Right now, Lightning Toad, Fire Wasp, and Twin Ogre should all be in battle here. They're not discarded, they're just missing. In other words, this P2 card in battle is missing one. Even though Generator Overload is in battle. Oh, hold on. It's Lightning Toad that's missing. Player 2 needs to actually say 0, 1, 2. 2. Player 2. Player 2. Player 2. Why? Oh. I think I understand. And this would explain why I'm seeing it sometimes and not others. I'm doing this all from player 1's perspective. And when its cards have met the opponent's cards, they're added to battle in pairs. I'm not doing anything about player 2's side of the story. Only if player 1 says so is basically how this is rolling, which is why we're missing one of the player 2 cards, because there is no corollary to player 1 to make that happen. That is why. So this is garbage. Hey, at least we know what's up now. Oh, I'm happy now. Okay, that makes some sense. So I'm going to put a fix me to make sure I understand what's up. This only checks from player perspective. Player 1's perspective is not the only one. There are two. Yeah. That's the thing I'm missing. I think the rest of this would work if that were true. In other words, I kind of need to go through all of the cards on the table, regardless if they are player 1 or player 2. Somehow combine these with these. It's funny too, because then I look at the distance between the objects. I look at the object and see if it's flipped up. Should I just be looking at the objects on the table? Ugh. How funny. Yes, I think I should. Let's review this. Parented under. Yes, parented under play field, because that's the ones that are on the table. Yes. I think that's true. I think that's the easy solution, because I need to go find them, regardless of whose player it is. I need to deal with it. I'm going to say add to battle, and that is in relation to the index of these things. So I do need that. Darn it. Ugh. Okay. It's not exactly a problem of efficiency, but that's what I feel like I've been struggling with. Instead of just making it practically happen, I've been struggling with something that is more efficient than something else. And I think it makes some sense to a point, but I may have reached the point where it's just stupid and I should just do the simple thing. Coffee. Coffee is necessary. Coffee. So, speaking of simple, because I do sort of think while I'm up. This might be the simplest solution. Because everything else seems to be working, what I found was I am missing the case where there's a player 2 card dead. And because I start from player 1 and then go look for its opponent, player 2, I skip the player 2 card that's alive when the player 1 card is dead. But if I just simply find existing card. I'm a bit amazed that that actually works. Find existing card based on event. And it's by name. I just looked at it. It's by name. I'm a little concerned. There's an extra issue that I keep coming back to this as a potential complicating factor. I'm a little concerned that this is just accidentally working because the cards that have been placed on the table exist first. No, actually, that wouldn't make sense. They are second, as a matter of fact. Okay, I'm going to ignore that. All right, go through all the cards in player 1, find their match in player 2, and that's not good enough. If there is no card in player 1, but there is one in player 2, I want to at least know some of this stuff. Let's see, find existing card. I don't even need to ask if it's flipped up. It should be there. Well. Yeah, I may have painted myself into a corner in the sense that I sort of just went, oh yeah, and I'll find the pair and I'll add them in pairs. And I'm sort of stuck on that because, yeah, no. Instead, I need to not add as a pair because this is a case where I need to add a single. I guess I could still use this function and check that this doesn't equal a totally invalid number. Because if it equals a completely invalid number, of course I don't want to do this. Of course. I guess I could just do this. And the idea is take the things that work, keep them working. All right. The idea being I can now provide an invalid thing and there won't add it. So if I don't give it a proper index, it won't do it, which is fine. That's safe. The rest of the code is the same, so that's good and safe. Instead, and this advanced timer thing, I probably also need to review that. These are notes I'm writing myself because I don't want to take the time to go do them now, but I don't want to forget them. Yeah. I think it's probably I believe I'm just going to do this extra. And that's okay, because I can now use this same function and feed it an invalid player 1. So I'm really just going to check for player 2 cards. Just going to do this extra. But somehow skip the ones that have already been added? Ugh. Gosh, this got stupid. Oh, man. Okay, I need to rethink this entire process because I'm just adding way too many things to fix things that were broken to begin with. Let me just think this through again. Here's the deal. I'm trying to auto-configure at this right time. I need to look through. This is garbage. Find the cards on the table that have met. Okay. P1 cards in battle. That's the name of it, right? Yep. Okay. Or P2 cards in battle. This is similar to what I'm going to have to do after this initial test is done. The initial game prototype is being worked on until it's in a state where we can very easily find the funds, quote unquote, by adjusting the rules, major rules of gameplay to find a better option for the gameplay rules of combat, of setting your formation, etc. We have been working for about 4 weeks on that, 5-ish weeks, and we're going to work for another week, I'm sure, but we're very close. After that, we're going to be able to play with different rules of the game and find the best set of rules, which might take a week or 2. After that, we're going to be like, this is our game. And I'm going to redo a lot of this implementation using the best of what we have. It's going to look a lot like this. Right now, I'm saying, yeah, this is garbage. I need to redo this. It's actually going to be a lot better than what I'm doing right now. But I am refactoring. Because while this sort of works in some places, this really just needs to be rethought. As indices of P1 play and P2 play. That's what these index numbers are that belong in that. What other conditions am I missing? They must be in the same lane. Local position Y. And they must be close enough. Okay. Well, this looks far more neat and tidy. Can I just do that? Yeah, that's actually what I'm working toward. And all of this information, the positions, the flipped stuff, this is all coming from the object itself, which means I'm going to need to find the existing card. So, all right then. I think I got this far before and just got tripped up on how to go through all the cards from P1 play and put them in battle. And that's how I skip P2 cards, because I'm worried about them meeting in battle as pairs, and that's just not the thing. For each of these, okay. Okay. This should avoid the problem that I'm currently struggling with. It's because I'm going to plan on handling both of them at the same time. Sorry, both of them separately. By doing them at the same time, I caused a problem, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to say, let's just go through the P1 cards in play, and hey, if they're flipped up, let's put them in battle. If they're not flipped up, if they aren't flipped up, so the ones that are flipped up could potentially be in a skirmish already and they're still alive, and so they're going to keep battling each other, or they could be left over and they won. I really do need to scrutinize this condition of what I'm finding and what that actually means. So I'm saying give me the card object, that's what I really want, but there's some extra things that I need to make sure about the cards they represent, like if they're alive and blah blah blah, that I'm gonna have to think about. Let's go through all the P1 in play to deal with P1 cards in battle. If it's flipped up, it's in battle. We put it in. If it's not flipped up, let's go see if it should be. Is it in the same... go find player 2 in the same lane. Ugh, this is going to be 2 of these. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Wow. Because I need to do this. Does it matter what order they go in? No, I don't think it does, because once they're in battle, battle order is going to be taken from the speed of the card, and so it just doesn't matter. I guess for me, observing the data, it's easier to read. It is in the right order. Okay. I'm concerned because I could get rid of this problem by just doing it and then coming back to deal with this problem. Um, this should relieve me of having to worry about any leftover cards with no opponent in their own lane. And that means that I can just add them in pairs, which is what I did before. The problem being that it would be out of order in terms of how they sit in. I don't think that matters. I kind of don't want to mess that up. I should be able to figure this out. This is of the cards in play for player 1, some are in battle. You can determine if it is when you see it's already flipped up, or you can find its player 2 opponent and do these calculations. You find their player 2 opponent by saying it's in the same lane, but the distance is close. If that's true, then this player 1 card is in battle. Move on. Now, if I go through the same process on player 2, it's a lot of extra stupid code that sounds like I'm duplicating it, and that's why I'm stuck. But I'll just duplicate the code to get through the problem. But I should always see flipped up cards again and see the same card. I just put in player 1 cards in battle and also flip over this one for player 2. So, okay, I'm just going to do that. That makes sense. It's, I don't think I need this. I'm just going to ignore that for now. In fact, let's do this now. Yeah. Okay. This is all commented out. So going from notes again, let's make this work. I'm going to deal with play 1 and P1 cards in battle first, and then I'll do the same. I'll duplicate code for player 2. That's not my preference, of course. Duplicating code, like why, you know? But in this case, I'm thinking I could probably find a more elegant solution. And I'm going to plan on doing that later. My goal now, though, is to just get it done. And then we'll come back. In fact, should I just duplicate as I go? Gosh. Talk about a high wire act. So, yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to go through each card. Each card in play, let's go find the card itself. That's exactly what I do here. Be very careful whenever I copy and paste code to replace what needs to be replaced. So here I went and found the opponent right away and then checked to see if it was flipped up. I don't need to. I'd be doing like both things anyway. So, yeah. Let's do this thing. right now. I can say, I can perform this now. I need to, I'm just adding. I already made a function to add cards to battle. This is handling all of the cards that need to be in battle, so I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I don't need to deal with initializing a right length of cards and then dealing with other things. All right. So if this is already flipped up, then it needs to be in P1 cards in battle. It needs to be in there. Oh, I need to add it, excuse me. Add. And I am doing this. Sorry, is this I? It is, okay, good. And this is a -1 because I am not adding a corollary. This is silly. This is the silliest input thing, but I am just saying ignore player 2, please. So ridiculous. But that takes care of the ones that are already flipped up. Done deal. Okay. So that solved that problem. I'm solving this problem. And now I'm going to deal with this again. But I actually need to look at the opponent card that matches. So I do need to do this garbage so that I can do this distance calculation. Yep. In the chance that this is not already flipped up. So I'm now here. And I can't add both of them at the same time because I'm going to do the same thing again. So I'm just going to add the player 1 cards and I'm going to just add the player 2 cards. Okay. Gosh, this is so inefficient. This is ridiculous inefficient, which is why I'm saying I will have to find another way to do this later because it will just drive me insane. In a mental way, it is, let me put this another way. There's nothing wrong with it working and being inefficient. There's something to be learned by reworking it until it's the most efficient or at least more efficient. And so I will get to that preference that I have later. It's not a need right now. It's only a, I don't know, desire. And that's just not as, not a big a deal. So. Already found this card. I'm going to find the other card. That is from player 2's hand. Or the cards that are on the table, excuse me. Where the index of it has a transform local position. Yeah. I'm just going to do this from the output of the function itself. Transform local position. Y. if this is exactly what I want to do, I want to just say, give me this if why is this? Oh, no, I'm not done yet. Thank you. Okay, so I have found the opponent card. And now I'm going to check this distance. All right. You know, I really just need to do math. It's the local position X. Because I've already determined it's in the same lane. Right? So, yes. It's only this one. Man, if I break from here, I really need to figure this out. If I break from here, does it break through this and that at the same time? Because I don't want it to. I would only want it to get out of this one level of loop. Because I'm going to do this once and I want to get out of it, but you know, there's only going to be one card that meets this condition, so. All right. So if that's true, I have something else to figure out, which is if the distance, which is the absolute value of one minus another, yeah? I mean, I always know player one is on the left. And it's in the negative. But do this anyway. This is stupid looking code. This is really awful. It's terrible. But I'm going to do this anyway. Okay, if the absolute value of this is less than or equal to 4. Wow, this is really ugly code. I am not joking. This is terrible, and I'm going to do it twice. That said, we have found it in the same lane. We are confident it is close enough, and so we can add it. So awful. This is terrible. I am mad at myself in the nerdiest way. Okay. I literally am going to do all this again. So, yeah, okay, whatever. Seriously. Such garbage. Okay. This is player 1 cards. This is player 2. This is player 2. This is not I, -1. This is negative I. What else? This is player 1. This is player 1. Okay. So dumb. I found it. And I'm going to go find it again just to set it on the other side. This is just the most ridiculous code. Relax, calm. You got this done. Relax, calm. Okay, whatever. Let's test. Because I don't really want to look at that code anymore. That's terrible. It's really, really awful. Okay, I am going to disable this button soon. Just because I can click it now and cause an error that I don't like. What am I looking for? Worky? I think I'm looking for it to worky. Worky, please. Are you gonna worky? Not worky. Totally not worky. Is it not lesser than or equal to 4? It's interesting. Now we're very close to each other. Rawr. They're hugging. All 6 should be in battle. I mean, this doesn't actually test the issue that I saw, which was player 2 had a card, but player 1's opponent had already died. Let's find that condition, please. Yeah, let's just play around with the custom formation that I like. What's the distance between? This was the case before. Isn't this all like the same? It should be. Oh, what? Oof. That ain't good. That points to this being wildly out of sync. Cards in play. I mean, that looks fine. Cards in battle is like not even close, actually. Hello? Are we gonna be in battle? Oh, wait, there's the delay. Okay. Now the cards in battle is correct because we're actually auto-configuring. The delay has to do with this like timing issue that I've been using before. Okay, so they're on top of each other. The distance is really a problem. It's a visual issue that we're going to fix. Interestingly, Astral Spider is still here, even though its opponent from player 1 had already died. So this is actually all fine. But the distance between them is junk. I don't like that. Look at this again. I really don't know what this error was. This is a very low level error. Okay, that's my error. So, sorry, this is an error message that I put together. This is a very low level error. It makes some sense that we get this and then a bunch of crazy ones that I've never seen before. Assigning position to something caused this. Input position is not a number in X. How do you get not a number? Transform position something. Oh, I guess if this was 0, right, dividing by 0 is a bad thing. Dividing by 0 is a bad thing. I mean, I think the computer can figure it out. We don't implode, but I should detect if this is actually 0. so that I can reset this value to something that is okay. Mult equals 0. And that way this can be 0. This can be so 0 times 2 multiplied by 0.5, it's just going to be 0. That shouldn't cause that problem, but I think that might fix the odd thing that I saw. That said, oh darn it, it cleared my, darn it. It cleared the error that I wanted to see. Darn it. There were multiple errors. This is why we take one step at a time, because I want to see and fix the thing. And I can't if there's too many things to see and I don't get to catch them all. In this case, there was an error that I had made. I guess I could go find it. It was in Snatches. Here. Wow, an error here? This is a data object. What? That can't be right. I must have that wrong. What? Hold on. No, it was an error that... Hold on. Stop. Do I have an error message here? No. It wasn't matches then. What was it? Battle? I guess I could search for it, but you know what? I'm just going to go find the error again. Okay. So at this time, I'd like this to flip over like it did before. The only reason why it flipped over before is because I had pre-configured the cards in battle to be actually this right now. It's configured right now the way it should be, but it's not going to actually go into battle until I do this. And now it knows all 4 of these should be in battle. Well, I think I can fix the spacing issue. So a player 1 card is alive when a player 2 card is dead. Other cards have met in battle, so we have 3 versus 2. This is correct, actually. So the messy, ugly code that I do not like is working. And that's fine. I'm not entirely sure I fixed that odd error that I found, so I'm going to have to keep going. But, oops. This should be hidden, actually. This button shouldn't be here. Hold on. When do I hide that button? Gosh, there's like 7 things I need to deal with. There was an error that I saw before that I don't know if I'll see again. That bugs me, but I need to let that one go. There is confirming for sure that the new ugly code that I did does what it does, even though it's ugly. That's still in play. I now want to know why that play button appeared when I thought it should be not there. Apparently I had broken the thing that handled that. That button is here. Right. Okay. I'm gonna have to put that one off till later as well. That was a thing I did yesterday. And it was a communication issue between two scripts. I will get there. Fine. I'm gonna go back to the main issue and solve that, and then I'll come back to this one. See, that button is missing. That's missing on purpose. And I want it to do that again, please, and not just reappear and be broken. Okay. So I think the way I can solve the spacing issue is by flipping the cards at the same time that I recognize they should be in battle, because I have formed this data, and it is correct, and I should be able to say yes, and guess what? That also means that these cards should be flipped over. So I'm doing manually what I want my script to do. Because it knows these cards have met in battle, I want it to just flip the card over at the same time, which will solve this problem because I do battle and they don't move. That's good. I would likewise want these to do that. I can do that. I can do it at the same time that I set this data. I can ask it to do this. So we still kind of have a timing issue. So I want the battle to already start. But at least I can get this rolling. I may be able to solve one problem and kind of shift the timing down a little bit. I'm not making myself clear. This is kind of fix me. Ready to play. All right, I'll come back. This is I'm gonna get rid of all of that. This is now doing all of the work, and I've abandoned this. Let me just get rid of this, clean this up now. This, as far as I can tell, is working, and so I'm going to just stick with this. I don't think I'm ever going to go back to this again. I really very explicitly go ask the battle data if a card is still alive based on their hit points. And here instead, I'm looking just at the existing card because it might have happened later, but I actually removed the card. I guess that's okay. Anyway, hey, if I'm added to the battle, you know what? I can just do this in one place. If I've added this to the battle, If it's flipped up, it's flipped up. If it's not flipped up, maybe flip it up. That's the thing. Yup. Yup. Yep. Yep. So that tiny little step could potentially fix one of the issues, which was them kind of coming too close to each other. Simply put, if they're already flipped up, they don't move. So flip them. Shpip. Now hold on. There you go. There you go. I was gonna say, you know that you're flipped up. It just takes it a while. There's a timer. That's what I mean by the timing is kind of weird. You can kind of figure out what's going on. These are going to attack at the same time these flip over. You can kind of figure out what's going on. It definitely feels like it's one step behind because I have to click do battle again. And it feels like that's extra. And in a sense, it's not any different than it was before, but I'm definitely feeling it as different. Okay, so why is this say do play? Okay, I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to that. This should be disabled so I don't mess things up. But I need to continue to test this for one more round at least. It's not valid to go into play until those cards are set. So, issue. Yeah, see, it might be just a timing thing. I can probably take the. Is it battle timer? I think it is battle timer that I need to do something about. This kind of looks right. It's better. It's absolutely taking into account our custom formations. It is not missing cards or throwing errors at the moment. He said tentatively. And I think that's a win. But we've introduced a subtle timing issue that is so minor and cosmetic that I'm happy to not stress about it as much. As much as I want to get this button to work right again, because I just got that to help me not cause a problem. And I would like it to help me not cause a problem again. Shall we go for a custom formation? Just to prove that point. Yeah, let's do it. There we go. Do I need to move the camera back a little bit further? I think I do. I haven't tested it as much on an overtime round. This is kind of extreme. On the edge of the table, and it's so close that this position on the mouse cursor doesn't really line up as well. I need to do that. That's another cosmetic thing. That's not a difficult one, but so that spacing is correct, right? That looks right. This is odd, right? And I really think it is just a the spacing issue that the spacing that I've been putting on attack order versus the distance they are from the center line when they start. I think I can adjust the distance to the center line and fix this issue. Question? Not sure about that. That said, I am getting correct engagement in battle at the right time, based on the custom formation the players have set. Even when they meet in battle on this side of the line or that side, that is actually all working as designed. At this stage, I am not as concerned about the fact that they should not be able to attack all the way across the battlefield like that. That's coming later. I need to resolve these other minor issues first. That would be a major step that we want to get to soon. And we could not get there before we got to this. Oof. That's good, though. Okay, let's fix the do play part. Because for my money, I'm calling this a good progression for today. And well, I'm glad to have that done. I'm going to cleanly ignore all of this. Because this is the old auto config that we no longer do. There is a interesting, hello, stop. There's an interesting thing that we do on top of this. There is an extra auto config thing we do that I want to revisit, actually, because I have a feeling it's causing this initial disconnect between the timing of when I think battle should happen and when it actually starts, and that it's out of sync. I'll just call that async. I'll know what that means. Okay. Cool. So I'm feeling good about that, but I do want to know what the heck is going on here. This button that is designed to allow me to progress and put the cards on the table. I think I actually set this elsewhere. I sure do. It is actually here. Oh, okay. Okay. I am placing cards on the table. I'm dragging them on the table, and when I let go, it's either valid or it is not. Is there any other time that I do this? Just these two. Well, I might want to do one other time then. I might want to reset that to be please don't show if I go to the next round. In fact, if I say do battle, frankly, if I say do battle, I shouldn't be doing play until the next round. So actually, I want to try this. I think this is going to be redone too. But I think that's good. In other words, it starts out false. I think. Yep. And it's good and off until I actually have cards on the table. So now I can play it and do battle. Good. And so I can't mess that up. I'm gonna have to test this with more of those custom formations, actually. Because the next thing I think I want to do is see, that's the thing. They were all turned over, and so it really looked like they should be all just continuing to attack until it's over. But see, according to the cycle of battle, it was in a step where, no, actually, they weren't all in battle yet. They weren't in the battle data yet. So, yeah, I kind of understand why it's in this state. Not happy about it, but I do understand it. Which is, I guess, the first step to fix it. Like right now, it's not actually in battle, but it knows to turn over. Frankly, because of auto config. Man, you know what I could do? I guess it could have auto config click this button. Gosh, is that true? No. See, I just need to fix the problem. Enough of this hackery. I need to actually do it correctly. But while I'm at it, I made it so the do play button goes away so I don't mess it up. I could also click this button and mess things up, and I shouldn't. I shouldn't be able to do that. Now, the timing feels very strange because there is supposed to be a delay. But the delay plus this asynchronous stuff is making it feel like things aren't working. And then it does, which is confusing. So this will look weird when they actually meet in battle. These work fine. So this is like the first time we've been able to see this since, well, I think ever actually, that this is a pair of cards that have been able to exchange a couple of blows before any other cards have met in battle. And this is beginning to show my instincts correct, that having custom formations makes a dramatic difference in how the battle will shape out. Same cards, same lanes, different attack position, different outcome. So the potential for tactics and strategy on the part of the players because of this formation is, I think, very strong. I think it's very likely. I'm super confident. I have no idea. That's why we're going to test. But so far, so good. Okay, so I needed to be told. This is now I'm realizing there's a new thing. I forget that these are all player one cards. I mean, I can tell because the name is going off to the left. But this card is in the middle. I kind of forget which card it belongs to, which side it belongs to. Okay. This is good. I want to have reset match, but not do round or do battle, because these are actually, these cause errors? No, they don't. Okay, good. You know, I should start clicking buttons and see if I can cause an error. Oh, there you go. There's an error. The reason I hid these buttons is so I don't cause those errors that are Unity errors talking about things out of sync. If I am not able to press the button because the button isn't there, that makes that easy and foolproof. All right, now. I mean, this is 4 hours. I think I'm good. I did play Valorant as well, so it's actually been more than that. But I do, if I'm working on something that's deep and complicated, and then I stop, it gets so hard to get back into it that I almost take all the time that I have available. It's a better tactic to have large blocks of uninterruptible time or uninterrupted time, where in our case for stream, it means I should just continue stream and get the things done. That's why I went for 4 hours today instead of 2. Yeah, this is already looking like the kind of thing I want to see in terms of when cards turn over and go into battle. Once we prevent a card from attacking all the way across another lane, this will get a little bit more like actual battle physics. Which is to say, it's providing finer and finer meaning to the formation players can afford themselves by intentionally deciding this card should be in this lane and at that attack position, this card should be in that lane and that attack position. These decisions will mean more. That's the whole point of going down this road. And I had a feeling that was true. I guess I should say the normal way that I would approach game design would include making cards and practicing this out by hand, paper prototyping it to confirm first before I actually develop these things. This effort that I'm doing on stream with this project called Shuffle Wars is an opportunity I saw to do things a different way. There is a philosophy, I guess you could call it, in game design that I don't particularly subscribe to. I think it's well, it's not bullshit, but it is it isn't BS, but it is problematic to say find the fun. That's the phrase that sort of typifies this philosophy that says, you know what, games could come from all sorts of places. Find the fun. That's how you should do this. That's the philosophy. I don't subscribe to it because it necessarily involves taking a lot of extra time, and in the end, you're really just hoping. You're just hoping that you found the best answer, which hope is not a strategy. It's a terrible design methodology, and yet it is so pervasive in the industry. This was an opportunity to say, okay, look, if you're going to actually perform something like finding the fun, let's do it here with Shuffle Wars. Let's see if we can perform something that would kind of make that work. So the way that I'm approaching this game, the development of this game has, instead of paper prototyping cards and, like, for example, confirming that the tactics of formations is, the thing that will make this cool. I'm actually developing the systems. I'm actually implementing it in the engine. And I'm implementing alternate rules as well. We're working toward a game prototype where I can then see it in the engine and, quote, find the fun by effectively A/B testing with the rule, without the rule, with this rule change, with that rule change, and testing, comparing the two to see which, how the subtle variations in gameplay or major variations in gameplay result in subtle differences in balance for the players, challenge, potential emergent gameplay that is something I guess we could talk about later. But the point is, this is not something I would do normally. But in this case, it's kind of interesting to show it on stream that the options that we're about to get to, I'm going to say in about a week, where I can show tactical choices on one side. I'm going to have developed the AI on here. Tactical choices mean a very interesting skill-based gameplay, similar to how you would send troops into battle. That's sort of been the driving force for this whole thing. And I knew that making a new game was an opportunity to try out this methodology. I still would very much favor paper prototyping this stuff, literally making cards. And even if I have to spend time doing it manually, even if I have to spend time making different cards and changing the rules and playing it again and again, I guarantee you, that would have been half the time, right? I would have been clearer on the design choices in half the time. However, I have to admit, I would not have all of this functionality already figured out. In a way, I'm spending time on stuff that kind of feels like this might not even be in the end result game. But in another way, I'm doing stuff so I don't have to do it later. I'm going to be putting together the final result of the game faster. I would spend a lot of time paper prototyping otherwise, and then I'd have to start building the game, which would take a long time. In this case, I've already built a lot of the game. I'm just going to make it look prettier. And I'm going to be rather certain about the choices that are made exactly based on how it plays here. So there's some advantages I can see. I'm not entirely convinced I would ever switch how I do stuff, but it's good to try new things. And in my case, building a whole bunch of extra pieces so that I can actually test them There's two things that are good. One, I get more experience building things, and once I do make the decision, it will be rather fast track to implementing it as a final game. I can concentrate more on art, for example, in a way that I don't normally do if I'm trying to also build the game and solve those problems. Those problems will already be solved. So my focus could be on the things like the look of the thing, sound, interesting stuff like that. This view that I've been thinking about where we look across the table, it's just an early guess, but I could now completely change that if I feel like I've got a better idea, because, and that's going to be easier to do because I'm going to have the bandwidth and the space and to focus on stuff like that, as opposed to moving cards around, flipping cards over, all those problems are already solved. So it's a different way of working. In the end, you still have to build the game start to finish. It's kind of the same thing. In the end, you still have to make the design decisions. It's kind of the same thing. But the order in which these are happening is different this time for me. And that's interesting. I'm not entirely convinced I can say one way or another if there is a better way yet. I mean, it would take quite a lot to convince me that being sure of the design before you hand the design to your team isn't the best way to go. I'm quite certain that is the best way. And how upset would you be if you were the programmer being told, build these systems, as we have been doing, but you know what? We might not use them at all. Now, I've actually been in that position before, not as a programmer, but, well, as a programmer, but also as an artist and a designer, and yeah. That's frustrating as all heck, and it's also terrible business. The best business is the most efficient business, and the most efficient method that I can think of, until I see evidence to the contrary, is to actually paper prototype, to ensure your design decisions before you commit to them and put money behind them and people and time and effort. I mean, it sort of sounds obvious when you say it like that, and yet it's maddening how often the phrase "find the fun" pops up in especially academic settings for instructing people on how to do game design. Like I said, it's not exactly BS, but it's certainly got its problems. It's certainly got its problems. I would guess most of the time the biggest problem is you're going to just land on a decision and run out of time, as opposed to confirming the best decision and building exactly that. All right, well, these battles are looking totally different, which is great. That is fantastic. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to see completely different looking battles. These aren't exactly the battles yet. This kind of attacking all the way across the field is never going to happen. There's so many mechanics like collapsing lanes and stuff that we have not done yet. But this is coming so close. It's coming so close to what we're looking for. And we did make a big step today to getting the actual custom formations causing battle to occur in that way. That is actually happening, even if there is sort of a synchronicity problem. It's a huge step forward, and so that's why we spent extra time today. That's what we did today. For me, I'm just glad that stream kept running all day. You'd be surprised. Sometimes things just don't work the way they're supposed to work. Oh, I even got the music to work. And I played a little Valorant. I had friends stop by. It was good. It was good. But this card game is progressing, and that's probably the best. So, tune in tomorrow. We'll play some more games, but probably come right back to this because we're getting so close to the good stuff. I want to just get to the good stuff. And with that, I will end this stream, finally. Wow, for you diehards who actually watch the whole thing, please show up on stream. I want to see who's watching this thing. I kind of doubt anyone is, but then I look at the views, and there's actually people looking at these on YouTube and on Twitch. Wow, man. Stand up. Be counted. I appreciate you. All right. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye 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 bye.